Okay, I see. How about the assignments? How are you managing?
Looking myself, Achilles one,
Which one?
the Achilles.
Okay.
So we're pretty much finished that. When we do that, we want everything typed out, or we can scan it and send it to you.
You can scan along with whichever one you want to do.
All right. Yeah.
Because I figure, just make sure you put it in order as best as possible.
Okay. Yes. Yes. I will. I'll let Rick know. And we're just going to do the geometry sphere one. And everybody else has to be completed with that.
You're supposed to select one, am I correct?
Let me just make sure, because it says read the part of the article. Oh, we're supposed to do, all right. Because you gave us two options and we just go get both.
Okay. Okay, all right.
All right, no problem. I understand now. Oh. Let me let him know.
I guess it's both articles. At one point I considered whether just to do one. But for 40% I figured you needed to. On the sphere. Yes.
We did Archimedes method.
Okay. So that's the one you're working on?
Yes.
Okay. Have you looked at geometry on the sphere, on a sphere?
Yeah, we're looking at both of them, but we said let's do the Archimedes one first and then go back to.
Yes, that's fine. That's fine. And then you still have a few days to submit. I know you need a break before you go back to work. When do you go back to work?
I had did everything before, because my family and I is traveling, so I'm trying to get everything done this week before I go anywhere.
Okay, I see. Well, I hope you enjoy the break when you get it.
Yeah, I hope.
Has everyone downloaded GeoGebra as the group had asked for this morning?
There's some strong feedback somewhere.
Okay, if anyone has not downloaded it, could you kindly use this time to download it so you can actually use it? Because when I leave here, I expect to be able to use all of the tools that you said you're going to teach me to use.
You do.
Yes, I expect that.
You go through the things.
Mm-hmm.
You go through the things. So
That's a fun. Yeah, once. Okay, meaningful and then. So is everyone else okay?
Yeah.
Crystal not here yet.
How did you
You're
guys?
Santiana? When do we get holiday? Wednesday was Independence Day for us. The Friday before that was Emancipation, and those were holidays for us. Right. It's summer break really, so the only days that I work a full day is the days I see you. So for me, I'm kind of on holiday. Next week I start writing a course. So, well, I've actually started already, but next week. So this week is break for me after today, and then next week, full swing, work again. Because I'll have to mark, so you can, next week I'll be marking and writing of course, so next week will be work. Presentiano? Presentiano was there, right?
Hi.
Hi, I was asking how are you?
I really want a vacation.
You'll get it after today.
Still have another assignment, and then we have orientation tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, we have
Orientation
They
for
just
what?
for teaching
Great.
practice. That's the next thing. They just, as far as I knew, the school was gonna end today. So I made plans. Now I get this email that we have orientation for teaching practice, the practical part.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah.
Wow. Sorry.
So I don't know.
Can't you write and ask for?
Well, I'm going to go out actually visit the office today because I made on my plan based on the fact that it's week today. So I wish they would have, sent that to correspondence.
You could probably all sit together and try to decide, although you have other persons in the program who might be affected as well.
Yeah, because you have, it's not only math, you have IT.
Right.
And English. So. We're going to go with the office. Pardon me?
Which team? That's Kenwood.
Yes. I want you. Me. So this is about that's all. I'm gonna have to, hear the consequences, but apart from the so yeah, I was doing it and apart from it's a lot of work. Very much.
Do you have to go on work?
Yes,
I hate
I
that.
do, yeah, work.
No, nothing that is not.
Oh,
The transportation team.
oh, oh, that's good. So you saw all the different things that we're going through.
Yes, I have a sense.
Yes.
I have laid me on board. They say, well, it's went back to the team.
Right.
And then work with they say that when you're doing
Reform. You like it?
it was alright, but it's kind of went against how I thought. Working with I saw but I understand too. They're yes. Standardizing.
Yeah. Oh, that's always a thing.
Yes.
Yes. I guess it's
Hello, good morning.
Hi, good morning.
I'm not. How are you guys?
Great.
Give me a second. Let me try this camera. Alright. What time is this class supposed to begin? Hello? This is the education class?
Yeah.
Okay, what time is it supposed to begin? And pardon?
It's supposed to begin at our time, I guess, 9. You guys, our time 11. Sorry, you guys time 9. We're just waiting for a few people.
Okay, alright. Well, the students for the Western Jamaica campus haven't arrived as yet, but the system is set up for them.
Thanks very much. Adrian is the only student there. He did tell me that he was gonna be late.
Okay, alright. So the system will be here.
All right. Thank you so much.
Alright.
All right. Have a okay, so
Ms. Hunter,
yes.
question, the download that these guys sent, is it able to download on an iPhone? Because I don't have an iPad.
It should be because it gives you on that download page, it tells you all the support systems that it can be downloaded onto. And Mac is there. Well, I guess Mac will be a part of Apple.
All right.
So you can check it out though. On the download page, it will list the systems that it's compatible with. How are you? No. Actually, yes. Just now I said yes. So I'll not.
She said that you were already in the passage.
Exactly.
So she was saying and do your part.
And you don't have to do that. Crescentian, are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, good morning again, everyone.
We're starting off. Everybody, the others are here.
Jomo is here, or Goof is here. I don't know how long.
But
Would you like to
nobody
wait
else
on? Pardon me?
is- I said no one else is there to hear our group.
Well, Orantos is here. Sorry, we'll wait a few. Yes, Orantos, we're not gonna forget that you're here. You want to wait a few more minutes for Santiano?
I don't know. It's up to the lecturer.
I think we could wait until 9:30, 11:30 for the others of you who are just to give them a little time, because it would be nice if everybody learned how to use the software.
Yeah.
All right.
Now, when energy comes, I guess we'll be forced to proceed with or without. You're gonna use the mustache or you're gonna
Oranto's trying to use this phone. Orantos, any luck?
No, sorry.
It's an online version.
There's an online version?
And thing is, Chris is coming up my laptop
You
right now.
know, it's him download for
Oh.
yeah, but in the I remember web application itself. I ain't still get the same features. That is.
On his phone, you know. Fully, somebody else.
What are you trying to download it on Orantos?
The app that you guys sent to my iPhone?
You have an iPad?
No, I don't.
What do you have? The tablet?
Beg your pardon?
What do you have?
I have an iPhone.
Oh,
But
and it,
Crystal's coming with her computer, so hopefully her laptop, so hopefully we'll be able to do it on that.
But that's right from the phone. Let's see, you can download it straight to your computer and just use it straight down.
Good afternoon, Susan.
Yeah. I see.
Hey.
Good morning.
Morning.
Everybody's struggling in today, for sure. Yeah, see. Yeah, right.
She did.
Yeah, she did, but it's at 9 o'clock till 11 o'clock also.
Oh my God. Right off the wall. Okay.
Huh?
Talk to my drinking.
She's on her leg.
Yeah.
But it, the leg is it,
Okay.
You don't have an iPad.
I have IPA today.
Because these guys, the presentation, the gentleman in that presentation, is done or something. I don't have an
It
iPad.
wasn't on the iPad.
But you could use, you could.
You can't do it on your computer?
I don't have.
I know you can. What I'm saying, you can't download it on your computer.
You could try it.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna try to begin now. Well, we're gonna begin now. We would just, want to ensure that we have enough time to get through. Oh, wait, sorry.
Yes.
Problem been resolved?
Or, as bad as that.
Okay, all right.
But sometimes
Right, even if it happens, but not
as
as
bad.
So Crescentiano.
It says read the podcast, so be there to just all the codes. Exactly.
See, yes. I could be wrong. Why was What you want to do is quick.
I just came.
No,
It's just a.
double taking side track. Geo. Use my Which one?
Okay, good morning. Can everyone hear me? Yes, I'm ready to start.
Okay. All right. Seems we lost Crescentiana.
No, that's her talking.
I'm sorry. Oh, you're back. Sorry. All right. So we're gonna begin.
Okay. Good morning again, everyone.
Good morning.
And today I'm going to present our. We're gonna have a short presentation on a tool that can be used in the classroom. It can be used. Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm sorry, Crescentiana. I just wanted to know if everyone could see the screen.
Not yet.
Not yet?
They're looking at us, so she can start with us.
No,
when
we,
you're ready.
when Chris Anthony talks, we see her. We don't see the actual screen.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Crescentiana. I'm sorry.
No, but we can put it on the screen. We can go ahead and project, but I have it in front of me but for everyone else. So we're looking at teaching math with technology. Can anybody give me a reason why we would have or a benefit of using technology in the classroom?
I just like to say,
Somebody's calling me.
Yes, you seem like you're far away.
Where's the mic? You need to talk into the mic. We can't really hear you.
You're not hearing me?
I hear you, but you
Very
sound
little.
like you're far away.
Yeah, you sound like you're real far away.
excuse me.
That's good?
No. The mic. Yes, it is.
My mic,
Yes.
I don't think I can do anything about my mic.
All right.
Okay? So since I was speaking to Rosina, can you help me and tell me one of the reasons or one of the benefits of using technology in the classroom? From the top of your head.
The children find it more modern, or they think it's more exciting, or they think you're more with the times, because most children have got iPads or telephones, and so
Okay. Yes. Good. So it is a good way to show the students, or it is a good impression on the students to show them that you're using the technology. So when they see you using it, they will do as you do. Sometimes we tell them to do something and they don't necessarily do it, but if we do it, then they follow. So it's a good way for us to present the technology to them, because technology has many benefits to them. When the students are going out into the workforce, they are more than likely going to have to deal with some form of technology, and it is good that when they're in school or at a young age, we introduce them to that technology. Also, the technology can help them gain skills, and it can help them access more than we have time to present to them. So sometimes we teach a concept and they may not necessarily understand everything we say, or they may need extra practice. So they can use that to go even further from where we stop in a class. Now remember trying to achieve some objectives for those of you who actually teach, or for those of us who tutor students who come to us. Remember trying to explain to the students how to draw a graph, how to interpret a graph, or even while you're at school, if you remember the amount of time it took for you to actually, if you have to plot the points, then draw the line, then determine the gradient of the line, and also, or if you wanted to solve simultaneous equations graphically, by the time you draw one line, the time is over. So you remember the amount of time it took, or if you're teaching, the amount of time the students actually take just to draw the axes sometimes. And then sometimes you have all these brilliant ideas you want to present to them, and there goes the bell. So what can you do? Your objectives were never met, and you just, all you wanted to do in that class was for them to visualize how the graph would come out so that they can interpret. And you never got the time to, because it took so long to draw the graph. So, Christmas is here in August, and Santa has brought you a gift. Can you guess what that gift is, Aranfet? I think you were just looking for it in your stocking.
My turn?
What is it?
Elephant?
It is begins with G.
Beg your pardon?
With a G.
It
A
begins with
G?
G.
Oh,
Yeah.
the link you guys tell us to. That's again?
Geo.
What's it called?
G.
Geo Broad.
Gerbil.
GeoGebra.
Gero,
It's
yes.
a combination of what two words in math do you think come together to give you GeoGebra? Or what two concepts?
Yeah, that sounds like geometry and algebra.
Very nice. So GeoGebra actually helps you with geometry and with algebra. So it's a dynamic mathematics software that integrates geometry and algebra and also calculus. Okay? It has elements of dynamic geometry software and computer algebra software. It is developed for math learning and teaching. So the students can use it and the teachers can use it. Now, why is this a gift to you, Oranfest, and to all of us? GeoGebra is interactive. It can be used to create a deeper student understanding of concepts from both the algebra and the geometry. Say, for example, you want to solve two simultaneous equations. Now, if you go into drawing the graph with the students, they may lose sight of your focus. Your main focus is to show them how to use the graph to determine the solution to the simultaneous equation. But by the time you go into drawing the graph, then you have to review axes with them, review how to complete a table of values. By the time you go through all that, the student, you might even forget your objective because you go through so much. But then right now, with GeoGebra, you go straight to the point and show the students the link between the algebra of solving the equations and drawing the graph. So you go straight to the point. It is very interactive. That it can be used for graphical demonstrations. It can help you teach the concepts. It can provide connections, easy to learn and easy to use. Okay, so I'm going to pass on to presenter number 2. Stephanie?
Yes, Donald is next.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right. So, good morning, everyone. All right. So, we're going to be looking at the topic or concept which GeoGebra can be used to teach. Of course, anything concerning algebra or geometry. It even goes all the way down to differential equations. So, GeoGebra can be used in teaching vectors, segments, lines, conic sections, as well as function, and change them dynamically afterwards. And they could also be used for equation and coordinates. And these equation and coordinates that we're going to be using GeoGebra for, they can be entered directly in terms of the variables such as x or y can be entered directly as a formula into GeoGebra, and it creates that graph, it creates that line for you. You can actually see what is going on. So this is one reason why GeoGebra is good as a pedagogical tool, because you could use it to represent all these concepts, all these ideas, all these graphs. And the good thing about it is that it links the geometry with the algebra. So these things, the two can be shown at once and not necessarily in isolation. So the students will have a better idea of what is really going on, instead of you just on the board trying to explain to them what is going on, especially the visual learners. they'll actually see what is actually going on the board when you project this GeoGebra to them. So not only will the connection be made, not only will the presentation be visual, but you could also use it as a modeling tool for construction. And because of the nature of it, there are many different experiments and that we could design for the students to just play around with. Alright, so excuse my voice this morning, guys, it's going. Alright, so what would a gift be if it's not free?
Yes, I agree.
Guys, what would a gift be if it's not free? No, the best advantage of GeoGebra is that it's completely free, guys. All you need to do is download it and use it. You don't have to have any sign up or anything of the sort. You download, you use as you go. And as was mentioned before, with GeoGebra, it combines geometry with algebra, calculus, and the spreadsheet features all in one. Now, there's no other program that does this. It's almost like having a peanut butter and jelly sandwich at the same time. Guys, it's not like you separate the jam from the peanut butter, you have it all in one. It works, and it's wonderful. And because it has the algebra connected with the geometry, absorbed in this advantage would be the fact that it encourages the students to basically play around with it, because, you know, it's like a baby getting an iPod. They're going to play with it. And one of the things that they can do is that they can probably have like a line segment or a circle, and they can move that circle about on the GeoGebra plane. And as they move that circle about, what they recognize is that as they move it, the equation of this circle or this line is changing. And then what they can do, they are now going to say, if I move it this way, what is the change that will occur? And because of this, it will develop good questioning and good thinking skills, good questioning habits, good thinking habits. This is one of the advantages. Of course, with GeoGebra, you can create interactive worksheets, and of course, you don't need any specific sign-up or anything like that for these worksheets. It's free, guys, it's all free. You don't even have to install, you don't have anything. GeoGebra doesn't necessarily have to be installed on a machine for you to use the worksheet. And the programs that you can use or the activities can be designed for anywhere between primary school all the way up to our level. You might be quite surprised. So it's a very good tool. And the graphics is very good. And the constructions can be transferred to other presentation or programs. Now, we just look at, as with all things, there's good and there's bad, there's advantages and disadvantages. And the thing that I don't necessarily like about this is that in terms of inequalities, there's no real tool for you to really experiment with the inequalities. There's no tool to create any table of values from which you can tell it to plot graphs or plot points or anything of the sort. And it has no regression capabilities. But apart from that, we can work around it. It's an absolute fabulous tool to work with. So now what we're going to look at now is basically some of the features of GeoGebra.
Alright. Basically the features, basically I will just show you how. Yeah, you want to go for it? You want to go for it?
Yeah, sure. If that's
Yeah, I feel better. My God. Alright. Oh, okay.
Start with a new page. Just start with a new page. Tell us. No, I mean, go back, file.
Oh, that's it. That's the new thing. Oh,
Go on, and go on, file.
no, that's it. That's it. That's the first right hand. You see an arrow. Yeah. No, you see a little arrow. It gives you the
Oh, okay. So that's the point. So,
Yeah. Go ahead.
alright, the first one I have is like the move button right here. Basically, when you use this feature, you can move around points. The second one that I have is the points menu. So right here, if you click on points, you can plot different points. Everybody's not seeing the board.
You're not seeing the board, Crescentiano?
Okay, now I was seeing Bermuda.
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah.
I will show you that. I'll just step back for that. I was saying was that you can click on this feature right here, points, and you can use it to plot points on the graph. So for example, I can plot that point here, plot that point here. And you can also use the move button, move points wherever you want. You decide. So this is the move points. And so the first box we have right here, everybody see that? So moving. Next one you can use it for plotting points. Third one that we have right here is for lines. So for example, I want to draw a line between 2 points. I can just draw it right here. But in the lines graph, I can scroll and I can form different lines. I can make a line segment, rays. For example, if I wanted a line segment, I will just make that. If I wanted to form a ray, a vector, we draw a vector on.
And remind them that it shows you the
Yeah,
in the left, the left screen, on the left of the screen. It shows
Oh,
you
okay.
points.
Yeah. It'll show you all the different. That's good. Alright, so I am just about to do this one again. So I have the line on. Let's draw lines. And the next one is the fourth box that I have is basically drawing special types of lines. So for example, if I look at the first icon here, a perpendicular line, I want to construct a perpendicular line. Construct it. I want to construct a perpendicular line to point C. We'll also construct that. Also, if you want to make parallel lines, you can create parallel lines to any point as well. The next feature we have is polygons, where basically I can use this one to draw different types of polygons. For example, would I plot out this a triangle? And if I wanted quadrilateral, right. Can draw any polygon at all you want. Any that you want to make out. Everybody a follow or am I move too fast?
Following.
Alright. Come back over. So just again, just going back to the polygon, I could just draw whatever polygon I want to create. Next one is for circles, and basically you can construct different types of circles, circular radius, semicircle, circular center. Well, ellipses and the next diagram that we could construct.
Go back to where you did perpendicular.
Perpendicular. Like giant perpendicular. Alright. I'm gonna just draw a line then. I use one. So the third one we use is draw lines. So that one. And then let's go back to the perpendicular. So I want to construct a perpendicular line. We'll just simply construct one right here.
You said
You
first draw the line.
Yeah, you can draw a line. So the third line of draw a line, and then you can, the fourth one draws specific types of line. That's all.
Right, and so you selected perpendicular, just click anywhere on the line.
Yeah, and construct a perpendicular line. Oh, one of the features I like was the transformation tool that I had right here. It actually took a little time to figure it out, but let's show you how you can use it.
Remember, we went to do a tutorial on it.
Yeah, I'm not going to do it, but let's make them see how it's actually. So for example, so right here, suppose I wanted to reflect this polygon that I drew. So first thing is this. We'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1. This one right here, what I use is a reflection, and you can reflect about a line, reflect about a point. You can rotate around that point, translate by a vector, and dilate. So let's say I click on it. So for example, let's say I want to reflect. I click on reflect about that line. If you look at the instruction right here, it says select object to reflect, then line of reflection. How you actually select the object is by doing this. Think about like you're highlighting something, like in a Word document, it's like you highlight the object and then just click on that point. So then if I reflect about the x-axis, let's say I want you to reflect about the y-axis, again, and then click on that point. Okay, was really showing this.
Show them how you just drag.
Oh, that's the last one, but actually we use the last icon right here. You can move graphics view, you can also zoom in, zoom out. So for example, if I click on zoom out and then click on this up, and the diagram itself it zooms out and I can see it. Click on this N1 again and click back zoom in, I can zoom back in. If I change the feature to move graphics, I can actually move the screen. So I can see where it was. So again, I did reflection also. I could also do, with the same transformation, I could also rotate. So for example, if I'm teaching, let's say, rotation about a point. Okay, to actually do rotation, how does it rotate around that point? If you look at it says select object to rotate, then you have to select a center point. So if you're going to rotate about the origin, you first have to go to point and have to create a point at the origin. Then I would have to go back to rotate about that point, and then it says, again, if you read back the information, it says select object to rotate in center point and angle. So I just select this object. Or then select the point I want to rotate about origin. Notice it give angles that you can rotate around. I'm going to put in 90 degrees, counterclockwise. Let's see how your diagram actually looks.
That one also.
Delete it.
Yeah, delete that one. Right.
So you can see how a 90-degree rotation about the origin. Counterclockwise, good for rotation, when you're doing teaching rotation, it's a topic that I find that I'm part. And you read the CSEC reports, it actually show that a lot of students make a lot of error when they're doing transformation, especially rotation. So you can just show them how to do different rotations. And also, you could also use the input box right here. So just show you that. Just want to sketch out any diagram. I mean, in a case you have exponential function and students have to sketch. Like, you don't need to draw it or plot out the point, but you need to know the shape of the diagram. You could just type it in the input box at the bottom. So y equal Any function you want to sketch?
E to the
Alright, that's the E to X.
yeah. Whatever you had.
Yeah, no matter. E to the X, enter it. You get the sketch. I'll say if you want with the right click. With object properties, and you can also change the color of the diagram. Go on. So here is features.
Right, double text.
Now, Stacey will be doing a tutorial on how to work.
Manipulate.
Yes.
Is everybody following so far?
Yeah, I think you guys can't download the app.
It looks like it's not a
Oh, you're not able to download it?
No.
Alright, let me show you. Go back on GeoGebra. Look on though.
Alright, Jomo's gonna try to help you. Go to the page.
Alright, just go to GeoGebra. You can just go online. Alright, you have internet access, aren't us? Aren't us? Now, internet
Yeah.
access. You have internet access?
Yeah, hold on. I think so. I'll tell you, I'll let you know.
I have it, you have to say no. You don't have it.
I don't actually have it, but
Crystal has it.
Crystal has it.
Alright. Alright, Crystal, go to the GeoGebra page. You can find a page, just type in GeoGebra.org, www.geogebra.org.
No, you got it, Crystal. All right, Jomo, I think Crystal has it now.
Alright, Sha. Where is Sha? She on the page or she have the program?
She has a program.
Oh, Sha, the
Okay,
program.
great. Alright.
Yeah, I'm going to go back and just look quickly. Alright. There's a quick synopsis.
Alright.
Just remember, point on the screen, if you look on the screen, this first diagram we used to move. The second one is used for points. If you click on point, you can plot a point. If you click on the first diagram, you can move the point around. Third diagram, you can use to draw lines or segments or rails. You can draw a line. Fourth diagram, you can draw special types of lines. Perpendicular line, parallel line. Yeah, that's it. The fifth diagram, we can use to draw polygons. Any type. Next one to draw a circle, ellipse. And the final one that was doing transformation.
No.
Alright, so that's basically what, if you look on the PowerPoint presentation, was basically that's me just explaining what was there.
Alright, I have more. Okay, so before we start the tutorial, right, which we're all going to participate in, because now we have the tool to use, I just wanted to take 5 minutes just to look at the features that Jomo just guided you through, just to play around it a little bit, get yourself familiar with it and what it can do. 5 minutes, or just a little less time. 5 minutes I think is fine, just to play around with it and do things with it. Discover on your own what it can do, because that's what Joe just described to you is just a millifraction of what it really can do. It's an awesome tool to use in your classroom, especially because I know for me, usually when I'm doing geometry and doing polygons, I can never get my stuff straight. I have to get board ruler and I have to do this and that. And you know, when you're doing area and trying to show them how to estimate area, it's a really fantastic tool, I find. So play around with it and then we'll start the tutorial in 5 minutes. And when I come back, you have to tell me what you've discovered. Maybe something we haven't talked about. Crescentiana, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good. I'll be on
Okay.
my tablet.
Pardon me?
I said I have it on the iPad.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because what is happening? When you do the transformation, and it's a solution check, oh, Thursday, I will look up on the next diagram on the YouTube something. You show me if I highlight and then click. You could have construct a line, you know. Like, see, you know, the reflection of your reflection like y x equal 2. You could have construct a diagram and you could have construct a line through and then reflect it through that line. So, which also do. Oh, you guys do on 3 points, okay. Yeah. Okay.
So anyway, the more you use it and play around with it, the more.
The rotation.
All right, 1 more minute. want to do the tutorial. Try to move around using the tool just a bit. Did you find anything? Do you find it easy to manipulate? What feedback do you have for me? And this question would really be for Bermuda and Kezia and Miss Hunter, because Crescentiana and the rest of us here are older. We actually put together the presentation. We already have some experience in using it, so I want to hear your feedback. What do you think about the tool itself? Miss Hunter is going to go first.
Probably a tradition for us to probably write exams and put in nice diagrams and so on. I believe that outside of what it does inside the classroom, it helps us to create assessment, diagrams within an assessment that would actually enhance the look plus the accuracy of an assessment piece that you would want your students to use and so on. And I think that is a benefit, certainly. The use of it in class, the fact that it allows you to manipulate things, and within a shorter time you're able to compare ideas and so on. It does.
Okay, thank you. I didn't even think about that, as Ms. Hunter was saying, for assessment purposes and actually using it to create more accurate diagrams so the things look, instead of us trying to draw, because sometimes, as I said before, I'm not the best artist in the world. So for me, it would be a great benefit to me.
Right. So, yes, if we have to do test items. Yes, whether.
That's in a class, like, I remember, I did draw, I didn't kind of draw rotation, I just have to draw it plan and forth, and somebody said, sir, that was like, how do I look big? I know what's it. It's like you just a mess with me.
Yes, yeah.
But when I actually look at the board, it kind of, the rotation actually a little smaller than, I must say, sir, that was like, I'm at a, you know what, so I might say it's the same size.
Right, exactly.
So I might say if you actually have it, we keep the same size, and even though he know it, maybe another student would
Exactly.
and sometimes someone just see that just thinks it must shrink up when it rotates as well. So you want to make sure they clear up any
Right,
misconception.
so those are some of the benefits. Bermuda, apart from increasing accuracy and efficiency, anything that you found playing around with the tool so far?
Anything wrong with it?
No, I thought it was a good book.
How do you feel about using the tool? Pardon me?
Our internet in and out.
Oh. Okay. So you're not able to really use it?
We're using it, but then it goes all.
Oh, okay.
That's a downside, I guess.
Alright.
Because you can't necessarily download it as a.
The thing is, when you download it, you don't need internet connection. Once you download it, it's on your
So that's what I need to do?
Yeah. You need to just download it, and it's safe. I've downloaded it on my personal laptop. Miss Hunter has, and I don't hear any issues. Donald has, and I don't find any issues. So. Crescentiana, have you found how you feel about it?
Well, I've had it before, and I've been using it once in a while, and it's okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kezia?
Yes, I have experience with it.
Oh, you have?
Yes, on another laptop, so I took you.
Right.
But I like the fact that it can give you information right as you put in, or whatever you put in, you can write. So.
All right, so we're all getting some benefits of using GeoGebra inside and outside of our classrooms. All right, so we're going to look at the tutorial that we've prepared. We're going to do tutorial 1, and Donald will come to do tutorial number 2. So the first tutorial, we are going to actually graph a function and determine its gradient and its y-intercept. Now, we're doing this question with certain prerequisites in mind. The students should know how to create a table of values using their given equation. So we're saying that's a prerequisite. They would have known how to do that. And we're pretty much just showing them and developing certain concepts in their heads now, showing them on the board how this works. So, the first thing we're going to do is determine at least 2 points that lie on the line. And you're going to tell me those 2 points, and then we're going to plot it. Now, if you can focus on the screen, this, if you notice, the screen doesn't have, you can't see.
It's not as clear. The numbers we can't see.
Okay.
Check the axis with that.
I don't know. Let me see if I can use a different color. I don't know, because this doesn't. Alright, let's try zooming in. Well, how about that? Better? I kind of zoomed in a little bit. The scale can be changed. However, it's not. So if you right click on the axis and go to X axis, Y axis, it gives you different scales you can use. So right now we have 1 to 1. Let's try 1 to 5. I don't know. It still is gonna be small for them to see. All right. So as I narrate, just try and do it on your own diagram, on your own GeoGebra. All right. Okay. So everybody should go to File, New, to create a blank screen. A brand new screen. Now, put your cursor anywhere there on the screen, right click, and you'll see graphics. Are we together?
Yeah.
Right click on, not yet, where are you? Still downloading?
Back in.
We have to log back in.
Pardon me?
We have to log back in.
Oh, okay. We're gonna wait on you, Bermuda, because we want us all to be on the same page.
I'm trying to figure out how I right click on my iPad.
Oh. Anybody can help her?
Hold it down.
You click a button.
It was click down and
bring up the keyboard.
Oh, Miss Hunter said you can bring up the keyboard.
But you can use our red and on the screen.
If you want,
okay, we're there.
You ready?
Yeah. There's no one to like it. Same page for what
And we're following the tutorial sheet that I sent last night. Yes, I sent it. The link along with the tutorial sheet. But I'm going to just read out the steps, so you don't have to really worry about that part. I just want it to be able to follow on the software. In the meantime, everybody everybody else? Yay! All right, awesome. Okay, so you're going to right click on any part of the page and you'll see something called graphics come up. We're going to put in the grid because the grid will make it more accurate and the students can actually see. It's like the graph paper they're looking at. You see that?
Yes.
Right. So before we actually plot the points, we have to determine at least 2 points on the line 4x plus 2y equals 6. Can somebody determine 2 points that should go on that line, please? We're actually working it out. We're not putting it in the input down at the bottom just yet. This could be used to just show the students how to plot using their graph.
1 1.
1 1.
So 0 3.
I heard 1 1.
0 3.
Yeah.
All right, 1 1. So we go to point. 1 1, and I heard 0 3.
Yeah.
So we plot 0 3.
0 1 3.
Right? How did we come by those points?
Oh, but I know so I can take it to string at all. You can also make x equal 1, y equal 1 on the equation and say 4 plus
Right.
2 equals 6.
Right, so we know you let x equal 0, determine y, let y equal 0, determine x. You could do that, you know, and of course showing the students. Okay, so we determine at least 2 points. And I think we skip some steps because I'm doing it. It says open the GeoGebra software, click on the arrow that's located to the far right hand side of the page, ensure that algebra view is displayed. And we've done that. And just to show you, just as it said, if you look to the far right hand, just in the middle, just below the x-axis, there's an arrow there. If you click on it, it shows you different perspectives that you can look at on the graph. Algebra and graphics, basic geometry, spreadsheets, and so on. So bear that in mind. Right now we're using the algebra and graphics view. So we went to the menu 1, the move tool, we plotted our points. Now we're going to actually make our line, draw our line. So to draw the line, remember Jomo taught us how to draw the line. Who can tell me what to do? Can somebody tell me what to do to draw the lines? Jomo taught us how to draw the lines.
Go to 9.
Press line.
From points.
And then?
Go to press on the point A and B.
Right. And you must, when you click on the first point, the line will start. But if you notice, you can swing it around. To stop it from doing that, you have to click on the next point. And it will remain fixed. Right? So we drew our line here. So now that we've drawn our line, if you look to the left in your algebra section here, over here, you will see the equation of the line, 2x plus y equals 3, which is the same thing, of course, you know, as 4x plus 2y equals 6. So it shows you the equation of the line. You point those things out to the students. Now we have some questions to answer. It says, use the right angle formed to determine the gradient of the line. So this is a good way to develop the concept of gradient or slope, right? We can talk about building a staircase or, you know, making the drain on a roof. Just showing students, connecting it to real life, showing them where you could find a slope, a hill, how you determine a positive slope, a negative slope. Those things can be developed through this activity. Of course, the concept of plotting points, going along the x-axis first and then up the y, all those little things that we probably take for granted at this level, we can go over using this. So, we're going to use the right angle form to determine the gradient of the line. So the concept of rise over run is done here. And I'd like you to determine the gradient of the line for me. Tell me what the y-intercept is, and then finally use the information to write the equation of the line in a different form. So if we could just answer those 3 questions. Use the right angle formed. And if you notice, this is the right angle that's formed, and you can teach the students that they can make their own right angle within any 2 points. The y-intercept and the... So Kezia, what's the gradient of the line?
The gradient of the line is -1. Sorry,
-2. The gradient of the line is -2. And we'll show the students how we come by -2 based on the we're going down. This is a down slope, so it's a negative slope, and the difference in y is 3 minus 1 here. That's 2, and of course the change in x is 1, so it's 2 divided by 1, which is 2, and it's a negative slope, so that's -2. What's the y-intercept? Miss Hunter, what's the y-intercept? The y-intercept is 3. We show them y is called the y-intercept. Yes, you can.
I was listening to you and I heard Kezia saying that the gradient is -2, I think. -2?
Yes.
Right. So I just wanted to find out whether it was that you did the calculation or did you use the software to do the calculation?
Yeah, no problem.
Oh, you want me to go on the handle?
Yes.
Oh, I just looked at it.
Oh, all right, fine, fair enough. But I wanted to also, you mentioned that the software would be able to allow you to do that, or it's just by examining?
It's just by example, because
So that's actually where my mind was going.
Oh, okay, yes. So the y-intercept is 3, and then we're going to now form the equation of the line based on that. Y equals mx plus b. M is the gradient, so you would tell them y equals -2x plus 3 would be your gradient, and you would develop all this concept with them before. Well, some of them are very smart and they'll figure out that they can just put it in before. However, you still have to teach them what this is first and how to develop. Because if you do not, you're not going to have GeoGebra to put it in.
Sorry, one of the things I'd like to say, I remember, when we're teaching children these ideas, one of the issues if you on the line, they would begin to wonder. It's as if they would be lost, not having a clue. I believe that making the link with using substituting x equals 0 or y equals 0, helping them to understand that the intercepts are actually 2 points that will be on the line, and substituting this, making it easy to find those 2 points, though you could find other points, helps them to probably begin to understand the idea of graphing and abstracting certain ideas from the whole graphing of different functions, right? And that's one of the things I'm actually examining about the tool and see how students could begin to develop a deeper appreciation and understanding of what we mean by the gradient, the intersection. Because, this is a point where y touches or x, the line touches y, or y line touches x.
The visual, yeah. Agreed. Did you guys hear what Miss Hunter said?
No.
She was saying that this tool actually brings to life for students, even though we take for granted that certain things are simple, So we tell them, okay, the y-intercept is where the line touches the y-axis. It brings it to life for them. They actually see it. As it relates to points also and developing points on a line, they can see how this is directly connected to finding 2 points on the line. Because as she was saying, if you ask some students, if you just give them an equation, and just like the first thing I asked, and ask them to determine 2 points on the line, some of them would be lost. They're not sure how to do it. So it really brings the visual representation that the tool offers, really brings it to life and helps some of them to get a deeper appreciation and understanding of graphing functions. Agreed?
Okay.
Yeah, no, maybe so?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, so after you've developed all of that and they've seen that, now we can show them based on the tutorial, we can erase this, go to new. Oh, don't erase it, sorry. We want to show them compare the answer that we have or we've developed from y equals mx plus b. Remember, we had said it's y equals negative 2x plus 3. Because remember, we started out with the equation in a different form. So now we've developed, based on what we've done here, written the equation in a different form, slope-intercept form. Y equals negative 2x plus 3. We're going to show the students and compare what the graph has done here. So if you right-click on it, on any part of your software there, you'll see equation y equals mx plus b. So it actually shows you in a different form. You click on it, and it shows you in the left part of your graph, it says y equals negative 2x plus 3. So compare this equation to what?
You right click where?
Right click on any part of the software. The page in front of you, the grid. Sorry. And then it says equation ax plus, sorry, already.
You have to highlight the line.
Right, you highlight the line where it says equation y equals mx plus b. And it shows you, and you can interchange. So you can show them the link between the equation written in this form and the equation written in the other form. And so y equals negative 2x plus 3, they can compare what they wrote with what the actual equation based on the software says. And if they did not get the right one, they have to now go and investigate where they went wrong. What's one possible reason why you didn't get y equals negative 2x plus 3? So it can cause some investigating, it can cause them to, really think out what they have done and how it relates to what they should have done. Alright?
Some factor.
Yes, some factor. Right, that's another thing. As Ms. Hunter was saying, they'll also see when you link the two equations, they can also notice, or they should also notice, or we can cause them to develop, guide them to discover that one is based on the other in terms of dividing through by a particular factor and so on. So there are many things we can do. We don't have to just give it to them, put in the equation and show them. We can guide them into discovering information without just, because I know some teachers will just, or some people will tend to just want to put it in the input. So for example, I'm going to go to File, New. Right, I have a new page. I'm just going to put in 4x plus 2y equals 6. That's what it was, right?
Yeah.
In the input, and press enter. And it does it for me. The computer does it for me. And so, for me, just showing the students that, yes, you can show them, because when they're doing their own personal thing at home and they probably want to do something quickly, that's fine. However, I think the discovery is more important, and that's why I like this, because it gives you both. You can actually show them how to plot each and every point, develop their table, and all of that stuff. Alright?
So, thank you so much for participating. And Donald is going to come and show you the discovery when it comes to transformation. We're going to look at some reflection. Donald, you're next.
You know? Crystal?
Yeah.
You enjoying GeoGebra so far? Yes.
You can't hear me.
Oh, you can't hear me?
Not clearly,
Oh, not clearly.
but I can hear you.
What was your question, Donald?
Oh, that's the, okay. Oh no, I was just asking if you guys enjoying GeoGebra so far.
Yes.
Okay,
You can
great.
stop though.
Repeat?
The best part about I like this feature, it has delete. So if you make a mistake, you can just delete it instead of starting on.
Oh. Yeah, we all like that feature. Sadly, it's not applicable to life. Alright. So, basically, for the second tutorial, you guys can hear me clearly?
Yeah.
Not really.
Not really. Alright. Just on channel, hear me clearly, right?
Yeah.
Aren't us any better now?
Yes, that's better.
Okay, great. Alright. So basically we'll be investigating reflections using GeoGebra. Question though. Crystal?
Yes.
Alright. What I want from the three campuses now, I want from Bermuda, I want you to give me a situation or give me an object that reflection occurs in or where reflection takes place. From Mona, Miss Hunter or Kiza will give me an object or a situation in which reflection takes place. So first Bermuda and then Mona.
So that would be an object.
Yeah, an object or a situation.
So we're doing the same thing, both campuses?
Yeah, both campuses doing the same thing.
Talking about a reflection in nature, for example.
A reflection in nature, a reflection in not nature, anything. So you have about 30 seconds to think about that.
Donald,
Yeah.
you said a reflection in nature?
In nature or in not nature, doesn't matter. Anyone, it's fine.
Okay, this I don't know if this will be you said the word reflection, so if I am in nature and I look into the ocean and I see my reflection, is that what you would like or no?
Yeah, that's an instance in which reflection would have taken place.
Okay.
Yes.
What is the presentation on Thursday?
Oh, the one where the mountain reflect in the lake.
Right.
Alright, so everybody was here on Thursday and for Kiza's presentation where she had, for the start of her presentation, a mountain that was being reflected in a lake.
Yes.
Yes, that's what she gave for her example.
Okay.
How do we know that this is actually a reflection?
Because it gives you the same thing.
Any guesses? They look like one girl gone.
Go ahead, sir.
Donald, what was the question again? Because people are afraid to
The
talk.
question is,
Now you hear now?
Yeah.
oh, they're not hearing.
Maybe they're not.
Thank you for the congratulations.
I see. Okay, no problem.
Bermuda, are you hearing me?
No, sorry.
Alright, basically, as Stacey said, the reason why we know that these instances that we just gave were reflections was because we saw the exact image wherever it was being reflected. You got that?
Yeah.
Okay. So basically, these are just some of the concept builders or stuff that we could use before we actually go into GeoGebra to teach reflections. Now, what a reflection basically is just an object being mirrored. Which means, does that mean that the object changes size?
No.
No.
No, the object does not change size. Does that mean that the object gets smaller or get bigger?
No. No.
Change size.
So let's say, yeah, or I don't know, sir, I don't know.
That's right.
Sometimes.
The reflection is not real, it's just a reflection in man.
Right.
You know.
That's right.
Sir, we don't know.
Alright,
How about you?
so
Don't know.
what I want. Aren't us?
No. One of my classmates said that it depends on if you're looking at an image and you walk. If let's say you're looking at a mirror, the closer you walk to the mirror, it may seem like it's getting bigger, and even when you walk backwards from the reflection, it may seem like it's getting smaller. So that question you asked can be argued.
Okay.
No, the reflection doesn't, the size doesn't change, it's just because of the distance.
Distance from the. Yeah.
It doesn't appear to change.
Yeah, well, then I
Alright.
guess this is how we show. I don't know if it can be argued. The fact is that it does not change, but the distance, because you're walking towards it, appears to change, but it doesn't. So to me, there's no argument. It's just showing them. You can use the software to show them that the closer you get, I guess, to the mirror line, it may appear bigger, but it's the same thing. And we can show them why. Because if there is an argument, let me tell you why I'm saying it's not arguable around us. Because the fact is that it does not change. That's the fact. You see what I'm saying? Or
I get your point. I honestly get your point, but I still.
you see why they would think so.
Yes.
Yes,
That's what we said.
yes.
It appears. It can, like I said, it's a possibility. It can be argued. It's a possibility. It can be argued.
Okay, based on their thinking, I guess, yeah. I see why they would think so too.
Alright, so let us see if we can explore some of these concepts. What we want to start by doing is plotting some points to see if we can get some sort of a shape, some sort of a polygon that we can refer to. Alright, now Stacey had showed you one way in which you could go about in plotting these points. I'm going to show you another way, okay guys? Now, if you look at the bottom of the GeoGebra application, what you would recognize is that you have a space there where to the left hand side it says input. Everybody seen that?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so you could just click in the input section
And put in the point.
and you could put in the points. To put in the points, all you can do, you can just press shift and click on the bracket sign upstairs on the keyboard. Three parentheses come up You just enter the coordinates inside of it. So it's -6, comma 1. That's the first coordinate. And then we just simply press enter. Everybody seen that coordinate on the page?
They can't see the page, they have to use theirs because they can't see.
Crystal?
Yeah.
You have that point?
Yeah.
Oh, you're not seeing it?
Put -6.
Alright. So we're just going to enter the other points, which are -3, 1.
-3, 1.
Yeah, -3 on the x-axis and 1 on the y-axis.
How do you make the screen?
Oh, to make the screen smaller, you can either scroll out, scroll down, or scroll up. When you scroll down, you can see more of the screen. When you scroll up, you're zooming in. It's like you're zooming in.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So you see the points now?
Yes, I see it. So you did negative.
Last point, that's going to be there. It's going to be -6.
-6, that's what. And the second one is -3.
-6, 6 is gonna become.
Did you go in the last one? Hit
With the
insert?
brackets.
In the brackets.
Right, so what we're going to do now, we're going to go over to the 5th menu icon, which is the polygon
What was the
icon.
third point? What was the third point?
-6, 6.
The third one, that's the first.
-6, 6.
What's the second one?
The second one's -3, 1.
-3, 1.
And the first one was -6, 1.
So -6, 1.
What was
Okay.
the third one?
-6, 6. So -6, 1 was first. This one was second, third. Sorry, it's first.
Right? And just as how Jomo showed us, what we're going to do, we're going to start at one point and start clicking the dots until we return back to the first dot that we clicked.
Tell them to create, click on the polygon at the top.
Alright guys, remember to click on the fifth menu icon, which is the polygon icon, before you start connecting the dots. So what polygon do you have now?
Triangle.
Yes, it's a beautiful triangle, guys.
Did I undo on this?
Alright. Bermuda, you okay over there?
There's a polygon.
Polygon. Yep, just got it.
We're going to click on the icon.
What is it?
And you know, you clicked off.
How did you get this? Hello?
Yes, we're going to now reflect the right angle triangle in the y-axis.
I didn't say why.
Because even if you talk, it keeps cutting.
Yeah, I found. He said why.
Yes, hear
Can't hear you.
You can't hear it.
Oh,
Okay,
well,
so-
we hear you now.
Oh, so you're hearing me now?
Yeah.
Or in and out.
Okay. So it's not me then, it's the internet connection.
The internet probably going in and out.
Your sound keeps dropping off.
To the y-axis. Alright, guys?
You can't really hear me.
But we're going to try to reflect this figure in the y-axis.
Okay, how's that?
Alright.
Alright, so what I want you to do first is go to the 9th icon, which is the transformation icon, and click at the little arrow, the bottom right hand corner, and you should see a drop down menu come.
I can't see that. I'm gonna be good, but I don't know what he's doing. I can't even. But see, he's doing that. He's got that.
So we're going to
Just do
on
everything,
it.
like go click up there, right?
Right, I
And
can't.
she'll follow, right? Let it stay on it just for a second so she can see. They can follow.
It is what he was talking about. Yes. So he's got that highlight. Yeah, because I got to see that.
It's a pity.
It is.
Look at you.
Right. No, I don't know how, but guys, if you look at the left-hand side of the screen, you'll recognize that before you even go into the left-hand side of the screen, what you'd recognize is that each side is labeled A, B, and C. You see that? Each side is
I don't
labeled
know
A,
how
B,
you,
and
Donald, I don't know how
Yeah?
you put screen. You don't know how to put it on the other side.
What more?
How he got to.
How you got this reflective angle?
She doesn't understand the steps. That's why I'm saying when you go put your cushion. Just put this
We couldn't hear you, you were breaking up, so now that we can hear you, could you just tell us how you
Yes, put
did
it
it?
here.
Uh-huh. Is that only one that says reflect above the line?
Right?
yeah,
Uh-huh.
Use this one.
Choose reflect
about
a line.
Line, okay.
Yeah.
On it. Then click on the object.
Okay.
Click on the axis or the line you want to reflect it in. And right now we're doing y-axis, so click on that. And it will bring up the figure.
Right. Oh, that's a click on here. Yeah. Oh, I thought I.
Alright, so everyone should have two triangles on their sheet.
Yeah.
No?
Doesn't work?
No. How do you get it on the second, how do you get it on the x-axis?
To reflective angle. Refract the shape, sorry.
We clicked on the shape.
Click, you click the object, then you click the axis, the y-axis, and it should come up on the other side. They're not tearing properly, we're breaking up, that's why.
We tried that, Aventus.
Get this on board and see if we can just get them attention.
Everything? Yeah, done. Oh.
And it doesn't help because your screen's not clear to us.
You can zoom in.
So I can't only see it. But
it's the ninth icon. Alright, so you got to the ninth one.
We have the icon, we drop down, you can reflect on, and then highlight the object.
Alright, so click on this now.
Right. Doing that. Yeah.
Click on the y-axis, this should happen. Magic, guys, magic.
Anywhere on the y-axis or a specific place?
Yeah, on the y-axis.
You have to click on the y-axis.
It must be along the y-axis.
Yeah, we click on the
y-axis. Not on the summit.
Doesn't show up.
Nothing comes up?
Anywhere on the y-axis, right?
Alright, highlight the y-axis.
No, the object.
The object?
Yeah.
Alright, try highlighting the object.
Make sure you click on the reflect first. Highlight the object and then.
Let's see them right here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So click on the top.
Things like that, just really well, because we just find them kind of
Alright, so one of the similarities that we want to point out between the two triangles is that if you look on the left hand side under the algebra view, you'd recognize for the images the lengths of the line are the same. So it means that in terms of the length, the length of each side, it doesn't change. Also, if you look at the area of each triangle, is that what? It is still the same. Orientation of the triangle doesn't change. The area of the triangle does not change. Not the
Side.
sorry, the length of the side. The area doesn't change, but how the triangle is positioned. That's the only difference. That's the difference. The orientation of the triangle.
And the students can develop. You have them tell you what is different, what do you notice, and let them come up with the things.
And one of the things, as Stacey so rightly mentioned, that the students were having a problem with was stating the mirror line. Now, the whole concept of the mirror line is that whatever is being mirrored is equally spaced from the mirror line. So what you could do is somehow remove a grid or remove the lines here and have the students find where the mirror line would be.
concern, Ms. Hunter, when we looked at the CSEC reports, over the years, one of the errors that they were making was that they weren't able to identify the mirror line in the reflection. So they would give them the reflection and have to ask them to identify it. And repeatedly over the years, they couldn't do it. So this would be a good way to, delete the mirror line, give them the object and the image, and have them practice based on their development of what should happen. Do that.
Just a quick example, for example.
Are you hearing us from you now?
Yeah, we actually got it.
Alright, like so look at the triangle right here.
Are we still cutting in and out? Not really.
No.
Okay, alright, good.
Like for example, we could just construct a line right here, so like you have the triangle, just construct a line, and then reflect above that point, above the line. It could also develop, students could then say 1, 2, 3, 4, what is 1, 2, 3, 4, you could also delete the line as well. Oh.
And the points.
Which I delete points, so that mirror gone.
Okay,
Well, but
yeah.
I guess you just have the object and the line and get them for develop four over mirror line.
Yeah.
So we could drop one. Yeah. So we could drop at that level. But that was the actual major problem. Was when it wasn't just reflection about x-axis, y-axis. It was when the line was not the x or y axis. Yeah. Students could not tell what was the mirror line. They could have said the reflection.
Okay. And of course you can use it with reflecting, different lines, as they were saying, y equals x, y equals negative x, y equals 2, negative x equals negative 3, whatever lines, you can have them do and develop their own, the concept of reflection and what it truly means to reflect an object in a line. So that's it. Questions and any questions and answers? Any questions about the presentation or the software? We're still learning the software, so you can, for the rest of the summer, you can probably take a few moments, play around with it, so you can use it in the classroom in September if you'd like.
I also have videos on YouTube.
Right, if you go to YouTube, you see quite a few videos of how to use it and how effective it can be in the classroom. So
transformation, this video on YouTube. There's another step in transformation, GeoGebra.
And it comes
so if you even forget something,
you can go back.
Just type the topic and type GeoGebra and back into the final. I'm calling back into this.
Bermuda, can you hear us? Any questions?
No.
Okay, did you enjoy it? I know it was a little bit difficult or challenging getting to use it, but
good.
It's okay? You're okay?
Yeah.
Alright. Thank you guys for participating. Sorry about the difficulties. Wish you were here so we could all do it together. Crescentian, are you okay?
Yes, I'm good.
Alright, good. Thank you so much for participating also. And you guys enjoy the rest of your day. That's our presentation.
Let me say thank you to Group 2. I'm going to invite at this point other members of the class just to comment and provide some feedback on the presentation and the software itself. How did you find the software? Do you think you would use it in, say, the next month of class? Maybe somewhere somewhere between September and October. Would you at least try to do that in your class?
Because I will do definitely.
I like it. Bermuda?
I think it would be nice to use, to check on, get, what they know. So it would be a nice activity to do, to see, to bring recollection to information that's already been taught. To see what they remember and what they don't remember in a nice, playful manner.
Do you think students would find this software useful in helping them to understand the math principles?
Yes, definitely.
Yes.
Anything that's sitting on a computer, they enjoy.
And I like that you have the option of downloading directly on your PC, or you can keep it up as like a web page in case you don't want to take up all that space in your computer. But I like that it has that option, and I do like how I think while they didn't go into this one, but I can see you can see angles and you can get like the degree of angles. So I think it's a very nice feature app for.
Okay. Has anyone used it with their class before?
First,
You know, you can't, if you don't have access to computer labs and all that, you can't really use it.
Is it possible that if you are in a school or an environment where students, and I'm suggesting, I'm encouraging you to introduce the students to it. Ask for a day when math is done in the computer lab, and ask for probably an extended session if you have less than 2 hours. Take that 2 hours to help them to understand how the software is used, and also introduce them to 2 concepts that they would have already covered, and then probably provide them with instruction sheets for another 2 activities, and send them home to do maybe a project in groups of 3 and so on. And get them to do something on their own, explore with polygons, with things that you think they might find exciting. Family of curves, so they can compare and see why we call it a family, what happens when you add, subtract, multiply, what the different possibilities. And then let them write about their experience, not just using the software, but using the software, working with partners, and working on their own, and see if that kind of project will get your students focused on thinking about the mathematics. And also have a discussion in class afterwards where students can actually share, talk about, and so on. Or a projector, have them do their presentations on what they've found and so on. Just to introduce them to the idea of solving math problems in an environment that may be more friendly to them. All right, so I'm encouraging you to do that. I know it takes time to prepare, but if you begin this year, next year, it's gonna become easier, and you're gonna want to do one of these every month instead of just one per term. So start off with one per term, where you actually create an activity where they're gonna do some investigation starting in class, and then they will go to the library or the computer lab, because most of our students are now doing some computer course and are willing to actually play around with the computer. And if you make it meaningful for them and help them to connect with mathematics in a different way, believe it or not, it could help to change your attitude towards working with the mathematics. I did feel that you did put in some work, a lot of work in trying to understand how the software works. in looking at, first of all, as I asked, that you look at the importance of such a software. And by using it, we could actually begin to see, how the software works. I guess for now, it would be, as you say, left up to us to decide how much more time we spend working with it, getting familiar with it. And I do hope that as we do these different presentations are done, that we will take the time out to explore them. I know we have not done enough work with Sketchpad, but there was an introduction. I want you to go through the instruction sheets that you have and play around with it. There are, as you would know, you can check online for other tutorials for using Sketchpad. There's no GeoGebra. We looked at Khan Academy. And so look at those three and see how it is that as a teacher we can create a different environment. Now, let's suppose that your students wanted to meet with you in Khan Academy. Would they be able to set up a class? Would you be their tutor? Do you get where I'm going? Would you be able to use inside that environment the GeoGebra, possibly Sketchpad, I'm not sure. But would you all be able to experience mathematics, teaching and learning in a different kind of environment? Almost as if you belong to a special group, so your students feel, okay, my teacher and I are part of this group, almost like a membership club it's free to join. And so for those, every time you come to class, for those who have joined, you talk about just in an interesting way, you talk about what's happening in the environment and so on. It's almost like talking about Facebook. Maybe it's not Facebook, maybe it's not as exciting socially, but if you are able to excite them enough, you will begin to get students to join your network inside a math environment and create something new for them. Alright, so think about that, think about how they can do these things and so on. And you might be surprised one day, students of yours create something that solves many other problems that we now have. So thanks again. I'm not sure if there are any questions. I've seen the assignments coming in, that's assignment 1. I'm hoping that by the end of this week, all those assignments will be in that are due. And that you will get a break and then get some time to work on assignments.
So we're reading 1 or 2 of the articles.
Somehow it seems the paper said both. I'm saying you'll have to follow the assignment schedule. It says both. Is there an issue?
Or just the both, right?
Yes.
Oh. You can as well find support to those online. That might be helpful. Are you hearing me? Are you hearing me? Bermuda? St. Lucia?
Yeah.
And Lucia is gone?
Miss Hunter.
Yes, alright.
So we have to do both 1 and 2?
Yes.
All right, just making sure.
Okay. If you need a little more time, you can let me know. I'm gonna be working on assignments 1 and that one is 2. Okay, well, your presentations would be one of the assignments too. Right, so that would be the only one. So once everybody submits assignment 1, then I could give you a little time if you need it to finish up the final assignment. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, we're gonna go on a break now. We're gonna go on a break now and resume at, I would say, 12:45 minutes. Adrian is not here as yet. I'm hoping that by then. Has anyone spoken to him from his group?
No.
He just said that he sent the email to say he's gonna be late.
Yeah.
That he's gonna be late?
Yeah.
Did he say how late?
No, he didn't say how late.
Yes, he had said last week that he would be here in the afternoon. Rick, how are you?
I am good.
Okay, I don't hear your voice much, so every now and again I have to check in on you. Okay.
I apologize.
So
Just
we'll resume at 12 and I expect to see everyone. 2 o'clock for Bermuda.
Yes.
Right, so is that a good time for you?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so take 45 minutes instead of 30, and then we'll go
Okay.
right to the end of the presentation at that time.
All right.
Thank you. Thanks again, Group 2. All right, could we mute? Good day again.
Hello guys.
Orantos,
Yes, ma'am.
how are you?
Somebody's revived.
Hope you had a good break.
Yeah. I had a good one.
I was hoping that Adrian would be able to join you and Crystal by now. Is it?
Should be alright.
You should be able
We
to
should
go
be
ahead.
alright. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, we're about to project. We're not sure what you want us to project first, the PowerPoint or the software.
PowerPoint first.
PowerPoint first.
Okay. So we're gonna do that.
We were trying to put it in the PowerPoint, but it didn't work, so we just figured it'd be easier if we send the link.
Could you repeat, Crystal, please?
I was saying that we thought, we tried to put it in the PowerPoint presentation, but it didn't transfer over. So we just figured it would have been easier if we sent you the app itself.
Yes. Yes. Okay.
That's the new one.
Presentations
Yeah, I'll do
and these, so you did the intro.
Five? I'm sure come as
Yeah.
that.
That's her bag. I think they need to adjust the they need to put it on the screen. On the screen.
Next, ping pong. You? Right there.
No. Seems like that's the story of my life.
All right, Ms. Humphrey, you ready?
Rosina? Mrs. Moore is asking you please to respond to an email she sent you. Is very, very urgent.
Yeah, I got the message, what does she want me to do? She said,
I'm not understanding what you're saying.
yeah, she sent me a message saying that she sent a message to somebody else, so I don't know what else I'm supposed to do.
Just tell us to accept.
Accept, alright. The thing is, they need to accept the offer that they sent you, the university sent you. Yeah, you need to respond to that. So that
And I responded and she sent me a response saying that she sent it to someone else to let them know that I'm unable to accept it. I'm unable to accept it because it's not showing up on my profile.
Alright, here what you just get in contact with her though. Send her another email or something.
Okay, so it's not to Ms. Simpson.
No,
Ms.
Miss Moore. Send an email to Miss Moore.
Ms. Moore sent something to Ms. Simpson.
No, but you need to get in contact with Mrs. Moore. That's the person you need to get in contact with. Okay?
Miss Hunter, you ready?
Yes. Yes, we are
Okay,
ready.
Oh, okay. Good afternoon, classmates.
Good afternoon.
I'm gonna try to make this a little bit energetic and everybody's had the food and the items. Everybody has a electronic device, correct? iPhone, iPad, computer,
Orange,
TV.
I'm really not hearing you clearly.
Oh, you don't hear me? Do you hear me now?
Laptop, right? I'm not sure.
Do you hear me now, Chris Santiana?
There's some strange, like a loud noise. I can hear you, but it's not as clear.
Let me try something, Chris Santiana. You hear me now?
Yeah. Okay. Let's try it here.
Right there? Okay. So I asked everybody if they had like an electronic device, iPhone, iPad, Samsung. How many of you have that either on you or at your house? Does anybody have those type of devices?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Unfortunately, I might have to sit down because if I stand up, you guys can't actually see me. So, on those devices, do you guys have apps or no?
Yes.
We'll have to download.
Yes. So, those apps do they help you in any situation or not?
Yes.
How do they help you?
I'm able to access certain things. For example, my bank app. I'm able to access my funds or see what's going on in my account whenever I want to, wherever I am.
Okay, good. All right, well, you actually sort of alluded to what our presentation is about. It's actually internet-based applications, or apps for short. So if you go to the next slide, it will give you a brief introduction of, next one, sorry. Next slide. Says for many mathematical formulas and theories can be many people, mathematical formulas and theories can make their brains hurt. So yes, obviously for even us mathematicians, the formulas do hurt. Therefore, thankful apps can arm students of all ages with powerful tools to make math less of a mystery, from graphic calculators to algebra tutors. So many of you have an app on your iPhone or Android or whatever it is at the moment, correct?
Yes.
Sorry.
Okay. All right. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm just gonna take you through. All right, first, I didn't want to read the whole thing. I just want to give you a brief introduction of what apps are and how they are used. Crystal's gonna give you an example of internet-based applications. That would be the actual next slide.
The app that we actually decided to look in the app. And the app that we looked at is called AppFast Mathematics Application. And it actually works if it's compatible if you have an Android, which I have, or if you have iPhone. Yes, it does.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry.
So if you have an Android, it has the flexibility of working for both, so that's one of the advantages. If you actually go to the next screen where we talk about the description of this particular app, the app actually comes in, it's a math application, it's a math app that you can use to solve things like linear quadratic equations. You can also use to plot functions. You can calculate tangents. Basically, it uses every strand of math-related things, dealing mostly with senior level math. It actually has an application on it which kind of guides you how to solve each of these equations. So we thought this would be a very practical usage that one, the students can use, but at the same time, the teacher can find it to be a good teaching aid as well, in case they have to be familiarized with subject matters or content that they haven't used in a while. With that being said, you can get the next app. We basically kind of, because we did notice, and if I don't know if you want to move to the next screen.
Next slide.
We gave you a graphical representation. If you have an Android, you can simply download this app. It's free. You can do a quick download, and we actually did a copy of what it looks like in terms of what it looks like if you have it on the Android, because it's actually different from what it is on an iPhone or iPad. So that was one of the discrepancies that we did notice. But this is basically the layout. So basically, when you enter in, you can see it gives you a breakout of what you may need to calculate. This is the kind of like, I guess you would say, the index, where you can kind of see, and you just basically press onto whichever topic of choice you want to go into, whether it's calculations, factoring, factors and matrices. If you want to go to the next slide. And it has a equation for solving, linear equations, quadratic equations, cubic equations. That's when you press into the equations. They also have a function and graphing where you can actually graph. Next slide, sorry. You can look at functions and graphing, and they actually allow you to map out and graph different coordinates on there. If you go to the next slide, you will plug in whatever coordinate points you want, and it actually pulls it up there. And we'll give you a detailed demonstration in a moment. But I just want to kind of get you familiar with how the screen looks. It's visually appealing, so it has that blue background. If you go to the next slide, and this is where you can reconstruct and kind of play along with the graph, which is somewhat neat. Then it goes into polynomials. If you go to the next slide, sorry. You can basically, because this is, I remind you, because it's on a smaller screen for your Android, this is, it kind of has that calculated version that you go and you basically just press the numbers in. If you want to go to the next slide, and basically you plug in one side, and then the next screen, they'll bring up what it looks like in a graph. So you kind of could click through. Keep on going. Sorry. We're just showing you what it looks like on an Android. Did notice there was a difference. If you want to keep on clicking till you get to the usefulness of the application, keep on going. Okay. So basically what we just showed you was what it looks like on an Android. We're actually going to give a demonstration of how it looks like on an iPad. It looks a little bit different, hence the reason why we did the photo shot of what it looks like on an Android. But it's all in the same premise, but we'll go for a demonstration on the iPad. Because I think majority of everyone, are we correct that mostly everyone has an Android or iPad?
Android.
Yes.
Android. I'm sorry, we thought everyone had iPad.
Oh no, only one person.
Only one person.
Because Christiana always have her iPad. Oh. Is it one in Myrna? At least one person has an iPad in Myrna?
Yeah, an iPhone.
Yeah,
that's fine.
That's fine. You can use an iPad.
Yeah, those are interchangeable. That's fine.
Which one is it though? I see FX Algebra, FX Math Solver. What is it?
No, FX Mathematics has all of them encompassed, but if you just want an algebra, you pick the algebraic one.
So pick Math Solver.
Math Solver.
Math Solver. Okay.
Mathematics will be the
all right.
You said it has a graphical aspect to it?
No, and we were letting you know that on the Android, they have the graphical ones. We just noticed it was actually a difference. That's one of the downfalls of it. For the Android, people with the Android, they actually get the graphing feature, but those that have iPad, you have a different feature.
Okay.
So we actually didn't realize this until one of us have an Android and the other have an iPad, and we noticed it was a difference. So that's one of the disadvantages to using this software. But you still can get some of the same features as the Androids. So the usefulness of this application, we thought it had several usefulness. Just as you had seen earlier, you can use factoring if you. Oh, I don't know if you want to go onto the screen.
Somebody needs to talk.
Say something to Myrna.
Yeah?
Some more, so it can go to you.
Jimmo.
Very clearly.
Yeah?
Yeah, okay,
Go ahead.
thank you. If you want to go back to one more where it says you finish up the application. Yes, there we go. Oh, I have the wrong two. It's supposed to be 3.
This one will do.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay. Well, one usefulness is that it's compatible, that you can use it with an Android as well as an iPad, and it gives you that flexibility. And everyone also knows that if you have it as an Android, you can also download. You can use it for either or. And there's a common device that most people and students have, especially if Androids is a small device, so you can always carry it with you. So that's another usefulness. Another usefulness we found, it facilitates formula calculations with variable sums, products, and sequences. So it gives you the flexibility. If you want, you can basically, if your students are challenged with a question that they can't answer, you can actually plug in the equation and it will give you the step-by-steps of how to derive at the answer. So which we thought was a good thing. It solves linear, quadratic, and cubic equations. It transposes equations. It plots the function derivatives. So basically, it encompasses just about everything that can be related to high school math, which we know at times, because it's a cumulative thing, it's good that the students can look at things and kind of see how to get to different stages, and we'll actually show you how it's laid out. That's another good thing about how it's actually laid out, whereas say for instance, I know for like the topic that we're going to discuss, which is matrices, it lays out how to add matrices, how to subtract matrices, then it goes out like how to multiply by a whole number, then it goes into the determinant, then it goes into multiplying the matrices. So it kind of lays it out in the steps in order as it probably would be learned. So if you forget different steps about how to learn it, it basically, you can kind of go into the sequence how it's laid out, which I think is a useful thing, because sometimes it's slight things that you may forget, and you can kind of go back into the Android or the app and look at it that way. So that's a usefulness that we've discovered. I'm sorry, I know it's a lot of usefulness. I'm trying to pick out the key ones that we thought it was great about. And also, with changes in time, one thing that we did notice, you can, with an app, they have upgrades. So when improvement needs to be made on it, it will automatically be updated by the server, which we thought was always good, because with the transition of time, you always want to make sure that each of your things are current. So with applets, you have that advantage of it's easy basically to apply and upgrade. So that's one thing that we thought. We thought that it was very user-friendly, so it could be used quickly for any adult who may not be as technology savvy. They can use it as well, because once when we go through it, you're going to see that it's a very easy transition to go through in terms of how it's laid out and the detail that it provides. We thought, I'm trying to go through. It's one thing that we do, because in Bermuda, and I don't know if this is something that your students often are challenged with, the unit converter, it converts different units, volume, area, distance, weight, and temperature. A lot of times things that are measured in Bermuda may not be the same how it's measured in somewhere like the United States or the UK. So it gives students the advantage of understanding the difference between the two conversions, which we thought would be a usefulness for students as well. So if we want to go to the limitations, which will be the next slide. We did see after each of us went home and we kind of played around with the applet ourselves, like we said, the one major disadvantage is that how it operates on the Android is not how it operates on the iPad. And this, we actually didn't figure this out until after we had done the presentation, where we kind of was like, oh, our applet didn't give us that. So that stood us at a disadvantage because not everyone in your classroom may have an iPad, or everyone may not have an Android. So that sets you in a limitation if you wanted to do a class. It sets you in that limitation in that way. One thing that we did say was relying on an applet to understand mathematical concepts. Whenever you use technology, you always run the risk of someone not giving them that. They can't ask the applet questions and then get like the answer back. So we said that runs the risk where the students can't really have an interactive approach to learning. So we thought that could have been a disadvantage as well. Sometimes people may find the app too confusing to use. We had that issue, but hopefully when we go through it. Another thing that they found, we actually went and kind of studied the issues that other people had. They said it doesn't give the answer in algorithm as an algorithm. Basically, what they're saying is the answers that they give you kind of have to know the background. So unless your student is a keen learner, they basically can just look at the answer but don't really understand the mathematical concept. So it's a bit of rote learning, where it's not that conceptualized learning that you want them to do. So for a student, in order for this to be very productive, they'll have to have a background information about the information that you give them. So we thought that in order to, overcome this barrier, what would have to happen is that this teacher would have to make sure that they teach the concept and then introduce the app to the students. But because it encompasses so many different mathematical concepts, that might be a challenge for that reason. So, but moving on to the next part. And we're actually going to now explore the applet, and I'll give that to Orenthus. Before we explore, we can just play the YouTube app so that we incorporated this part of it only because this is the phone applet, and then we're going to go to the iPad one. So I don't know if everyone during this time could download whichever one you have so we can go through it.
Can you try to play it or?
No, it's not working. Can you play it through the one that I sent you as well? There we go.
Solution for you. I downloaded an applet yesterday, and it's called XX Algebra Solver. It has 4 main features. First, it has tons of topics, with each one about 20 exercises. Is it visible? Yeah, it's free. And second feature is that you have solutions for each exercise, step by step. That's great, yeah. And third, you have a video for each solution. It helps you remember it and see step by step what you need to do in your notebook. Great! And no, wait, here's the last one. you can write your own problem and find the solution for it. Just like how you see it in my text. Yeah, you can copy it exactly like you see it and have the solution. And you do your homework after, you make sure you have it correct and you understand. That's excellent. Now we can surely go to the movie. Yeah, so thank you so much, Maria. Bye. Hey, algebra's over. I can now have free time and enjoy myself with my friends. Plus, the app experience so easy to use. I feel like my world has color again. It is great. Use FX Algebra Solver and all your problems are over. I told you. Let me hear the best part of the movie.
Okay, this is our FX Algebra Solver. As you can see, it has many topics from which you can choose. Each of them has lots of exercises. Let's choose any. Here you can see, for basic equations you have 18 exercises, each one with an explanation and a solution. You can see from general inequalities you have 41 exercises. So a main feature of this app is that it has many exercises and topics from which you can choose.
The second feature of this app is that you have solutions for each exercise. For example, equations, basic. You choose 2x equals 4. And you find a detailed solution. The answer, and step by step what you need to do. You can also find a graph of the equation. Another example. You take inequality, general, and you choose 2x plus 3 is bigger or equal to 0. And then you find the answer, and step by step the solution, and also a graph.
A third feature of our app is that it has animated solutions for each exercise. For example, you take algebra radical. Then you choose one exercise, this one, square root of 72. Then you have the solution, but if you want to see it animated, you click play solution, and you have the video. Then, if you want to stop the video, you tap in the button, and you can put done, or you can put it faster or replay it.
Okay, the fourth feature of this app is that you can solve any problem. You just tap solve new problem. Then you insert the problem. So let's say 4b5 times 28, and you tap solve. Then it solves.
All right, everybody. That was the Android version. I'm going to show you on the iPad or Apple. That's the Apple version. Who has a iPad or Apple in Myrna? Chrysanthia, do you have a iPad?
Yeah.
Who has one in Myrna?
Your iPhone is on? You don't know the
Stacy.
Daisy?
Yeah.
Did you download the FX map?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Can you go to Matrix? You and Chris
Okay.
and Tiana?
All right.
And go to the top. What's the first topic in Matrix? Any one of them?
Evaluation.
Okay. Evaluation. Now, let me, are all of your numbers highlighted on your phone? Like number 1, 2, and 3?
No, only Only even numbers.
Only even numbers. Okay. Now the reason for that is because yes, the app is free, but in order for all of them to be highlighted, you have to purchase the entire application. So, I mean, it still works no matter what. So once that's highlighted, so if you hit, Chris Santiana, can you hit number 2 in evaluation?
What's that?
Can you hit number 2 in evaluation?
I could get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
You didn't get which ones?
I could get 7 of them for evaluation
Okay.
and 7 for yeah.
Oh, so all of them are blue. None of them are red.
What's the question?
None of the numbers are in red. All of the numbers are in blue. Correct?
The even ones are in red and the odd in blue.
Okay, the blue ones, like hit number 1, Tracy and Chris Santiana. And let's go through if you hit number 1, and if you look at the bottom, it will say solve. Now, if kids didn't understand how to solve, they'll play solution, and it will actually play out the solution for you. That's what you guys are getting right now?
Yes.
Now, if it's going too fast, you can slow it down.
Oh, really? How?
So if you hit pause at the bottom right hand corner, and you slow it down.
Okay.
And then you can play it again. It'll go real slow for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah? Okay. Now if you want, you can go to edit problem at the bottom.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's right. You go to edit problem at the bottom.
Right.
And you can delete any one of these sections on the side and change the number, change the matrix accordingly. You can use any sort of change you want. You can put -6. So you guys make a change, and then it should most likely, or it should solve it for you. So let's make a change. Let's do the first one as -6. -6. 2.
Going across, right?
Yeah, going across. -6, 2. And at the bottom, excuse me. At the bottom, put -3. 4.
Okay.
Leave the other side, and then you should hit solve at the bottom.
Okay.
And it should solve it for you.
Yes.
Oh, my connection has failed. Yours solved, right?
Yes, it did.
Chris Santiana, did yours solve?
Yeah.
All right. Unfortunately, my connection at these fields is not working, but it should solve it for you. So let's do. Yeah, my one. Yeah, the connection was getting bad, but try. Go to. What's the one under that, Chris Santiana? Evaluation, and then what's the next one?
Operation.
Try operation. I'm just working on my connection right there, but good luck. And this one, you can. All right. Operation. So you have 8, 9, 10. Which one you want to try, Crescentiana?
We could try 10.
Number 10?
Yeah.
All right. Now is your number 10 red or blue?
Red.
Okay. If we do 10, it will give us the answer.
Mm-hmm.
It will give us an answer, but the solution, it won't give it to you. But unfortunately, I mean, I'm lucky. I'm one of the lucky ones. I have the actual number 10 as blue, and I can hit number 10, go through the whole problem for me. Stacy, which one of yours is blue?
9 odd numbers.
Odd numbers? Okay. Try number 11. And it should be 0, 1, 1,
Right.
0, that's A. And B should be A, B, C, D.
Right.
Correct?
Yes.
All right. And I'm only using a square matrix 2 by 2 because it's a lot easier. Because if you do 3 by 3 or 3 by 4, it gets a bit more tedious and it's a lot longer. So even if you don't understand this particular situation, it will go through it for you. If you hit play again, it will go through each solution. So step 1, it will take you to A plus B, which is 1 plus 0 plus 1, and it will give you A1 times B, yep. It will solve it for you, and then it will do A minus B.
But it shows you the steps.
I'm going to do the last one later. And the last one is A times B.
Right.
So you think it's a useful tool or no?
Yes, it is. As Crystal was saying, if the students are taught the concepts before, this is a great tool for them to practice, and to even if you don't get all the concept, it still can help you in terms of solving the problem, because it not only gives you the answer, but it shows you the step-by-step, the steps to getting to the solution, which is good. So it can be useful.
All right. It's something that we actually thought we would play with and see what we get. Crystal has...
Now the Android, because most of everyone says they have an Android, right?
Who has Android?
I have one, so I'm not find no FX.
You have one, Jomo?
Yeah, but I'm not find FX on it.
It's act, open bracket, acts, close bracket, acts, mathematics.
Mathematics. Because somebody has, we have somebody here who has an Android. Yeah, that's it. You know? So, Crystal's going to go through the Android part for the matrix series.
No, I did notice it was a huge difference. Let me just show you the applet. Did you see this, Jomo? Did you see that applet?
No.
No? If you go to, how did you go to?
Say back again.
If you go to, she's showing you.
No.
And it should.
You didn't go to your,
Yeah.
Because when I take FX Math Solver and I see. Right, but I type FX app.
If
If I
you
type
go
FX
into your
Math
play,
Solver, it's a no
have a
results phone for me.
Jennifer, you have a Samsung, what type of phone for Android here?
So type
German.
what should type?
She said app, no, like app something, open bracket, app something.
Up, open bracket.
What, German, what type of phone do you have?
The Alcatel One Touch. But what means is we're going on
Because if you
the
have,
no, like when we're going on the Google Play Store where you normally find apps. And when I type
right,
FX
and
Math
if you
Solver.
search it,
Yeah, when I type in FX Math Solver, it does tell me no results found.
No,
FX mathematics.
try FX mathematics. That's the difference.
FX Mathematics. Yeah.
Yeah. Solver is only for the iPad or the Apple.
Because you end up having two different apps that sort of work similar.
FX Mathematics, same thing gets.
It's not coming up on his phone at all.
Oh no. Okay, then that's the other, it's not compatible. Which type of phone you have? Or touch one time. One touch.
You want an eye touch, Jimbo?
It is a one touch. Okay, we know it works with Samsung, so if anyone has an Android that's a Samsung, but they don't have like what we have.
Yeah.
Because we actually have apps.
Crystal.
Yes.
You were saying something about typing in something app, open bracket. He wants to try that.
Oh, if he does app, open bracket apps, and close the bracket, he may find it that way, because that was one of the ways I found it on my Android.
Okay, so open bracket app, open bracket apps, close bracket.
No, app as in the letter app.
Oh,
app.
Oh, he
You say it,
sorry.
like you say it like how you say it.
Oh, app.
Oh, app.
No cursing, please. No cursing, students.
He found it. He found it. Thank you.
Mind your language, students. Mind your language.
Oh.
You got it, Jimbo?
Yeah, I'm find it now. And install. I'm back by the events.
It's just different.
They call it.
Yeah.
This is a little different how they lay it out. I actually do prefer, only because I actually have both, I do prefer the iPad versus the Android, only because just like Stacy was saying, with the iPad, they actually show you how each step, and I'm going to actually show you through the Android how it works. So I don't know if Jeremy did yours download already?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you go under, when you go into FS Mathematics, you see that it has the list of, and actually if someone goes back on our slide, go to slide number 6.
Slide 6, that's right.
Hold on, wait. Oh, well, I don't know. You're right.
Okay, so you see the list, so this is what you can see if you have an Android right now. If you go under this equation here and it says, this is the, I guess you'll say table of contents, I will call it. So you see vectors and matrices, if you touch into that, you do that? Okay, so, yeah, stay right there. I'm just making sure you get to the right one. Where it says vectors and matrices, if you click onto that one on your Android. You don't see it?
No,
What type of fan? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
hold on.
It's no, you're 10. I was trying to. It's not on it. Not a pen that fit on your pen.
Yes,
It
he
doesn't
can
look like
find
this.
it. Yes, we found it.
Okay, thank you, Stacy.
You're welcome.
When you click on maybe I should come here. I'm not. So you have this screen and you click on vectors and matrices, so you get that screen.
Vectors vectors and yes.
Okay, so you click on this. So I'm going to repeat what I ran this to you. But the only thing I noticed for this, they actually don't give you examples. You have to actually plug in the equations.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So in order to plug in the matrix that you would go down. You see here where it says AC, then it says DAT, and then it has these numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Right. Yes.
You see that? So this one is requesting you to, and I did notice another usefulness that I did notice. I don't know if your Android does this, where it flips. Does yours see that? Your One Touch see that, Jomo? Does it do that? I'm going to show you a disadvantage because you always have to make sure that your phone is turned this way.
That's usually a feature of the app and not the phone, I think.
Oh.
Except
It won't turn sideways, but sorry, Crystal, what should we press to start the vectors? The one under determinant?
Yes. No,
Okay.
not that one. I'm sorry, let me get back. Yes, the one under determinant. You're correct. So this one here.
Right, and then it allows you to put in the, okay.
Yes. And then what you do is it actually see the top part where you can choose what your columns would be.
Right.
So you have to
and
change your column to.
Oh.
Can you do it that way?
Yes.
So first you pick whatever your column dimensions would be. And
Right.
then you will plug in. And once you have it plugged in, you press, you use the check mark. So that was the first one. And then if you have to multiply it, then you press multiplication. And then you do it again for your next one. And you plug in using that.
Okay.
So
How
that's
do you
how
delete?
you do it.
How do you go back?
You go back with the arrow.
Or let's say I made a mistake, like I wanted to put in an incorrect number. How do I delete?
AC is your delete button.
Oh,
the red
okay.
button.
Yes, I see. I see.
So it's different from the iPad. I think for most, it's just the point of it being convenient. So I would potentially use the Android if you needed to basically, if you were challenged with solving a question. I don't know if I would necessarily give it to my students, but I think it might be a good tool for a teacher who needs to be familiarized with concepts so that they kind of have either lost or I don't know in that aspect. But I think it's a better tool for teachers than it is for students because this could be like a cheating.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, but I definitely think that's the difference that I see with the iPad one versus the phone, the Android one.
Right.
What was that, Jomo?
How you change like column to like 3 by 3? I'm not gonna get.
Oh, if you go to,
Let's click the columns.
yes. See, you change your columns up here.
Oh, I just I'm gonna get it.
Yeah,
You got it?
Yeah.
yeah, his own, you kind of have to scroll it.
Yes. So if you have greasy hands, it doesn't work.
Exactly.
See, like that. Did you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Ms. Hunter, did you have any questions?
Not yet.
No.
I looked at it last week.
Okay.
I downloaded it. It's just that
Yeah.
I only don't know about that. It's not.
Yeah, exactly.
So has everybody had a play around it? Has everybody had a chance to play or play with either the Android or the iPad?
I notice it has a tool that converts, the converter, unit conversion.
Yes. For which one?
The one on slide 6 that you have, I think. Slide 6. It's on the screen, right? So, right, but I'm saying I notice it has that. And sometimes, not just persons who are in our field, but sometimes on a day-to-day basis, you may want to change between units for temperatures, for argument's sake, maybe feet and units of length, probably, kilograms and pounds. Well, at least in our society, we do that. And so on, because there are people who are more familiar with one than the other. And so if, for example, you're given the weight of something in kilograms, you may want to know it in pounds if you are more familiar with pounds and vice versa. So, square feet, square meters. If you're looking at buying a property, which many of you might be eyeing a property, and you hear it's 2,000 square meters, you want to know what that means in terms of square footage, in terms of an acre, depending on what you are familiar with, and so on. So it seems to have some capabilities for not just the mathematician in class, but also the layman might be out there wishing to use the tool. You know, and it could be, believe it or not, a way for students to get their parents involved in discussion about what they're doing in math class. Now, even though it may be small and it's a kind of a subtle way to get parents involved with thinking about their children's education. Okay, if they're learning about these things in school, the cell phone is actually useful. Instead of being so much against some of the technology, as we do know, we face opposition sometimes when coming to schools with the technology, especially cell phones, and we know why. But of course, we can show them that there are reasons, and there are good reasons for students to be using some of the technology, so they can embrace them.
One thing that I thought, if you look under factoring, because you know how math is so cumulative, and sometimes we forget. If you go under the factoring column, I go and you help, even the parents are helping their children, and they forget different things if you want to put in that context. But if you go under the factoring one, and if you plug in the number, like if you plug in the number 15,
Right?
it will tell you what is greatest common divisor and the lowest common multiple, and it actually shows you, which is always a helpful thing for students if they forget those types of basic things of math. Maybe you saw that picture. I thought that I like that it has some practical uses, whereas if you want your children to kind of see how things work, or if they forget different things, they can basically look on it on their phone and figure it out. That's a little bit different than what it does
For the
iPad, which I thought that was good.
The iPad is basically, to my view, is a tutoring tool. Like they may have some understanding of what they need to do with matrices, but may forget something in class. They may be able to go home and look on the matrix and just say, okay, I need to see the actual solution and how to break it down. And if the eye sort of that aspect would be a tutoring tool for the student.
Yeah. Yep.
So that's pretty much most of our presentation.
Okay. Let me say thanks very much. So far we've engaged in the use of at least 4 pieces of technology. There are others that I would say try to look at. We've seen some good stuff, if we can describe them in that way. Certainly, we want our students to be engaged in using the technology. As teachers, we have to recognize, too, that we cannot remove ourselves from the equation, because certainly the explanations are necessary, and that is one of the things that is lacking with that, the social interaction, as you mentioned earlier, Crystal. And of course, the underlying principles may need to be taught before the introduction of these technologies. Maybe not always. There are times when, while you are using the technology, you can also introduce the principles. But certainly it adds efficiency to our classroom. It takes more time to plan these lessons. But certainly as you become more comfortable, you can walk into a classroom, give instructions, guide students in terms of using these, and eventually they will be able to begin to use the technology on their own. All right? Now, I'm not sure if anybody wants to provide some feedback for this group. Any comments?
I think pretty much everything has been covered in terms of its usefulness. I like it. For me, it really is for a more personal use in terms of for the student to build on what they have already learned. I think that's how I would personally use it. Not so much as a teaching tool or a classroom tool. I find that it would be better for them, where practice is concerned, homework. And even though for homework they're going to go home and a lot of them will just put it in and just look for the answers, but at least the solution and the steps are there. You can, have them write it out and, do whatever.
If you are able to, though, simultaneously solve the same problems in a classroom, you could either have a classroom discussion where people are referring to what's on their screen, or moving at their own pace, or also working in pairs where they discuss their ideas and share. So while it might not be the most ideal for teaching the underlying concepts, as you mentioned earlier, it does allow for a place to start a discussion and to develop ideas about students' own thinking and so on, because you can ask them to explain what the solution means. It can actually be used for that purpose. Availability, as you say, might be limited because not everybody's on a phone, an iPhone, or a One Touch, or an iPad, or certain. But certainly, Jomo didn't hear me, so nobody please. But certainly I have enjoyed the presentations,
Yes.
and I want to thank you for opening up our eyes to the possibilities. There are others, and I'm sure you'll find them, and I am pretty certain that at least 50% of the class will use one piece of the technology at least once in their class. Now, if that happens, then I will be happy, to share further with you about how that went, right? Because it is interesting to examine our initial interaction with new technology, and not just new technology, new ways of approaching mathematics teaching. And certainly these are ways that we begin to write for a newspaper. And these are ideas I'm placing in your heads because I do believe that some of you are going to begin writing for newspaper columns. And especially if you are in jobs that allow you access to certain information, then you will begin to expose the technology and encourage both parents and students to begin to look into the world of technology as one possible way of breaking down the barriers related to mathematics, learning, and teaching. So which 5 of you are gonna use the technology first by September 30?
Well, actually,
I see some.
No, okay.
The lady who I am doing, who's my mentor, she asks that I actually go and find some technology-driven material, math-related material, because she's finding that she wants to find a way to kind of keep her students' attention. So definitely from the examples that were given, I will actually forward this to her and see whether or not she can actually consider them to use as a tool. Because she's finding that she's losing her students' attention. So she figured that she's going to try to bring in some technology in order to kind of enhance her math classes. So.
May I also suggest to Crystal that you try to plan ahead of time for that level and find maybe a few problems that you think the students would be interested in and engaging in as well. All right? You can feel free to email me to find questions if you're in need of problems. And so on. Were you the person who mentioned that you had some challenge already with your mentor?
Yes. Well, no, she told me she's not smiling. I'm not to smile.
Okay, well, guess what? If you find her reasons to be happy, especially finding ways to engage her students, she won't even remember she said that to you. Alright, so that's a challenge for you, certainly. And for those of you who are, well, all of you, I guess, are going on teaching practice, some kind of practicum or under observation. You're probably already teaching. I wish for you all the best. You can send me some feedback via email. Normally I would do it in open class like this, but I'm gonna give you the option of sending me some personal feedback about the course itself, how it benefited you, even if it's a one-line email or one paragraph preferably, at least. Just so that we can find ways of improving the different things that we offer as individuals, as professionals. I do like feedback, just the same way I will say to you, I think this could have been done differently, or I liked this, or whatever. Then feel free to talk about your experience in the different classes. Certainly some of you will have a few, and some will have many classes to talk about. Alright? Enjoy the rest of the summer. I suppose we'll speak via email, or if you wish, you can feel free to call me. Take care. Any questions?
Oh, one question. So we can scan all the information we have. When we finish the Archimedes method, right?
If you can do what?
Scan all the information. Once we answer the question, we scan it all in.
If you can scan it and send it?
Yes.
Once the quality is good, that's fine. If not, then send it through your campus.
Okay.
Yeah, we can send it to the campus.
Have you submitted assignments like that to the campus before?
Usually we send it directly to you, but we've not, because when we were discussing the length, because it asked for the cardboard. We were doing, well, I thought I was doing mine on an 8.5 by 11, but cardboard poster is a lot bigger, so we don't know how to scan it.
Okay, no, what I'm saying is, have you ever sent a hard copy to a lecturer through your campus before?
Just an exam.
Just an exam. No.
Well, it would work the same way that exams work.
Okay.
They don't. But they will scan it. You don't know how they send the exam? They'll scan the exam, right?
No, they're packaged and sent over, I think. That's what I was told. So it would mean that all of you would need to put them together, I suppose, and then send off everything at the same time.
Could we work as a general group, we order from you?
I think that's really good.
If you're having difficulty, that is. If not, by all means, go ahead and email them. Scan and email.
Okay.
All right? Once the quality is good, because you don't want me to be reading and not be certain of what it is. So for example, if you do a diagram, and the diagram is pale, you could probably use a fine point marker or a pen that would brighten it just for the effect. Alright?
Yes.
Right, because sometimes when you scan a document, it doesn't show as well as you would like.
Here.
Any questions? Anyone?
Bye all.
Bye. Take care.
Nice meeting
It
you
was
all.
nice
See you
meeting all of you.
Oh, we're gonna see you guys tomorrow in the meeting.
Oh yes. Bye.
Alright, it was nice meeting all of you. Take care. Crescentiana,
Yeah,
Yvonne,
I'm still there.
Rosina, Rick, Orantos, Crystal. Take care. And all
Okay,
those
bye.
from Mona, Jomo, Kezia, Stacy. My very good friend. Donna.
So the last thing you gotta get rid of.
Miss Hunter,
Yes.
are you going to be here any other day?
Only if you want me to.
Yes. I just want to ask you more time for working that.
That's fine. As I said, I'm taking this week off. The rest of this week. So once I get
I could actually, you can just.
Just one. If you can. If you wish to. Because once I get it, once in a while I might just look and say, oh, you sent it, and don't respond. Once I get into marking it, I will tell you that I didn't get it. And usually when I'm doing my grade sheet for argument's sake, I can finish working when I notice that one person didn't, I usually find out. And as I said,
So you looked at mine, was I on the right track?
no, I didn't go through any of the assignments.
If I need
won't tell you
to-
any lies about it.
Okay.
But I did send
If I
back
need
emails
to-
to some person.
If I need to, let me know if I didn't get it at all or what.
Well, if you didn't get it.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's what I mean.
Once
I
you
really
can
am.
handle me telling you that, I'll tell you. Well, what you were thinking.
Exactly. Don't know that I just tell you straight
No,
up.
trust me, I'm very straightforward.
Good.
Extremely.
Good.
Don't have many friends.
Oh dear.
For that very same reason. People don't fight that. It's true. how that should be. So at
So
the end of the
people
day,
have to guess what
when
they are.
when I teach my students, for example, every now and again you have a course where it just doesn't work out. And even before they start telling you, you have a service. Sometimes in time, it just and so I would say my students like almost at the end or midway. And they usually tell me, you know, this was good, that was good. And they'll tell you. And I like to do that with my students. Had we not been well on YouTube, I would have done that. But I certainly do not like the idea. The recording itself is not bad on YouTube. I don't think that needs to hear what is happening. But certainly, the class use these mathematicians didn't care about the radiation part of it. And yet they did a good job of selling the idea that doodling and all of that has some mathematics. You can write about it and tell me.
So if I'm way left, just let me know if I can. If I'm way, where my left is.
Be careful what you're talking about.
My son just says okay.
It could affect your brain.
No. All right.
You know, I told a student that once, just jokingly. And of course, she was failing.
See? And then she was in the car.
She was failing. Yes.
Yes, that's
yes, that's theirs. Yes, I don't need it though because he would have sent it to the president. I don't want to take home anymore. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes.
All right.
You
enjoy.
take care.
Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you all, and finally, Stacey, of course. Yes. I expected a tad bigger person. Yes. You know. Take care, bye-bye. It was nice working with you. Thanks for the support. Yeah. Leaving the days now, and it's not because I intentionally, just I know, right?
No, I'm not ready yet.
Not ready. You're going to party?
She's talking to you with parties. Bye, Joe.
You going to alright? They're about the last prize. Yes?
No, the same.
She didn't tell us that.
Here. But then, not everybody yeah.
Mr. Donald. It was nice working with you.
Yes.
I know you did a good job.
Why would a person fall in love with a convicted?
What happened?
I love. Man, you're out of breath. Really, I love. I think it was like 2 o'clock in the morning. Suppose they hear me in my house. I would be laughing at bugs. So this is the father wake up and I come and I ask her what. I'm dying. Yeah, we keep going, but it's like you I went to birthday, November 19th. Nice. Yes, Mom. Yeah, when I can stay inside with the air. Oh, but when I literally Stand them. Just check on this.
Where come from our person?
It's like if so shocked him up and say what I think she did our bottom wall the crack the right time was
What did I mean?
the girl it don't look so.
It's set up.
Yeah. A killer.
Then so I said, I'm in cutting with that. Put me down, you know. But he just put the knife and the foot. And he could wipe and he could have and he cutting. Man, big chat, I can't tell you how.
I'm doing big yet. Need to see it.
Somebody got
Is this Frito? Yes, it's Frito.
Yes, it's a meme. Yes, it's something about meme. Fanfest.
Yeah. She said something like the first one was.
Oh, Mimi, is it?
Yeah.
I knew it was fake.
So this is like young Jack, but all of us are in the just understand.
Miss say. Look at this picture. People down there doing that.
Oh, they see.
Yeah, people real.
You catch me here, you catch me there. You can be downstairs, you like me. You wanna go home, you wanna go now. You go down, you like me. You like me this, you like me that. You like me this, you like me that. You like me this, you like me that. You like me this, that.
She looked like the girlfriend.
I'm staying. And you. Yeah. No. You like she have a fake eyelash. Fiddling girls. This is an amaryllis. Wow. Look at my bitch.
How much can you have?
You see this? That's my bitch. She with the supermodels and shit. There we go, put it on. Now we camera. She's an old bitch.
We're gonna have one piece of red people.
You know this so it's
Hey, don't do me
look so big sometimes. I think like most time when I do look big. I don't know if it's because I look past certain imperfections. What the heck? Where is this? I want to go here.
I'm going to that.
No?
What's the one of that?
Do hole in Ochi. Remember me that telling about the places so we go? I want to go.
So hold on. You want to know if you want to know if
I think that it be.
Are you serious? Oh, you can't see me. Now you can show me a sick of excitement.
So you would not be excited that you just jump in that drone.
You know, same did the sheet. You know, she did the Syrian TV.
That's how they did something, the girl.
The some top things there.
And
like that one, I know about game something. But game request and game this one.
I do it, but it's like unconsciously. No, because when you play Candy Crush and it say ask your friends for lives, but me just check all and send to everybody, but me not even realize it. You have send them request every minute. What does she have about?
No, okay, here. I'm not the people. Hey, I think she easy. She not living on the same.
When she get her advice, what that mean one do?
The people that would put on Facebook, they really understand other people and terrorize and antagonize people with the whole of people request them and the whole of Exaga and the whole of Rescue and the whole of Candy Crush request them. You make them know some of the people because the people them is tired out. You make them know see and everybody sit on the yard and some people are sitting with nobody not time for the bank computer all night, put them a rescue imaginary pet and them a farm and them a crush candy or candy or crush them. We don't need to keep no addiction to yourself and leave people alone. Nobody come on Facebook and and terrorize people and send their request to nobody not on time for foolishness. We don't need to get them
and look, what is she doing?
About to now candy crush or now crush candy, nobody now on time to crush no candy, got candy now, people don't want to get diabetes. And the young people, them are dead from sugar, from what they so dear, and then we people of candy crush business to ourselves. And next down now, then we get a boat to now, pet saga, now pet rescue. You know, somehow of the pabon like to now for people time, no they attack about pet rescue and a rescue imaginary pet, no rescue on the woman of our rescue. And that rescue and somehow no rescue no city. We don't know but and text it and and take no set from people but no pet rescue can nobody now no time a rescue no imaginary pet. And it's down no stuff and the imaginary farm, villa farm and I read imaginary things like we don't know nonsense and we need to get the knocks together nobody now no time imaginary nothing. We don't need to get the knocks together but and text it from people about farm villa. If you don't love farm to that extent you better love lang ng sandali sa kapay wang kwata kala na start plant some banana sucker some banana sucker but you don't need to get the knocks together and text it from people who need to be in the question that people that is tired of me not all and settle no plans besides get the knocks together. Alright.
It's just me drinking and club singing like. Wayan! Did you get fish and share songs today?
Nah. You didn't know something about that? My friends told me. So why you not pass that information? I just found out the same night. I was gonna go, I used to charity. Mother just dropped me that thing right on me. My picture with charity. I never shared before. That's cute. Girl.
She had to do the same you like when you went.
Exactly. And kiss me on my cheek too. I'm trying to supposed to me sorry what me would do why probably feel say.
Are you serious?
I took remember Drew? Yeah, I saw Drew. When not, but he was at Susie's. Him cute. Him me what? Drew. Yeah.
Ah!
Really cute. Cute people that. All of his kids look like him. The people them tired out. Tired out. Is the man's I know, so I know.
And then I don't like this. Not what I've been hearing. They need to get them to know Australia.
She put one water business, so that's one. Malaysia said, they might have one send off to me and something to do. Me don't know what me ready, but me I will have something for the daddy.
Okay. Can you tell Sean to call me, please? Is he there? In phone dead and he's supposed to pick me up. You never drop off back, Sean. Sean, you never drop off back, little Sean.
Trey.
Fuck that, don't try it.
Trey. No.
See that Jenny? I don't do the positive part in reaction.
Bitch, what the fuck was that?
What is? What? Putting this back in the world. It's a little. Oh wow. You record this. Jesus. I want to choke on my tree.
Oh, I got it. All right, that's enough farting. I'm not gonna float. I need a bath. There's.
You guys clearly you.
Yeah.
Leave that.
That sounds more like fun.
Jingle bells, jingle bells, jingle all the way. I will ride on one horse open sleigh.
حول هذا الموضوع قال مرات الأخبار الآن تمام حاذر أن قوات النظام السوري That's my book. It's not? Yes, it is. What the hell's your problem? That's my book. I told you to stop borrowing my stuff.
It's a lot of tea now.
She changes boyfriends like she changes the underwear. When she's 13, you gotta try her flavor.
I can't fart. Like the whole time. I don't know when to hit the buzzer, also hit the buzzer. So, is it?
You back at the office now? Still for few reasons, I'm sure, and I cannot get it. And I'm busy trying to pick up, so maybe just do a move and because I can't get to move now. I think it did. So maybe let's do so maybe leave out shoes.
Go back up.
Alright?
Any change, we even change whatever. I need to call this girl. She's oh hell no. Oh hell no. And I put your feet you everywhere I go. Yeah, I want this one. I think something's going on already. They still like me of that. Listen, bring that listen. Shit, I'm not so good with them shit.
The first is up here.
Hold on, just the sheet.
Yeah.
I go two then. Go two leave.
Yeah, Obsessed with her hair. See what it love when you do that here? I want to run away.
Hello? Can you hear me? Hello?
Alan?
Yeah, you can hear me.
Bubble this up. Like, so it's simple, her face. Like a dirty, be real mean. What do you wish you did? Wish you did? The time is another one. She don't know I want your hair. I'm doing this. I'm not going through your pictures. What am I don't know why. Cause I love you. Christmas to come my way, but I do know
You heard him, you're not the movie.
which one.
The Air Canada and the WestJet.
Funny.
Happy birthday. Put it here.
Where is it? Maybe you got to save them and open.
Young mother.
I I think I'm ready to go home. I'm tired. I ain't got no sleep all weekend. Sherlock. Trying to send me by open share then? Air Canada?
West Jets.
Try this What's wrong with you? You told me to sign the paper. Oh, you cocksucker. You know, I like to when girl be so you know they will be there. Them not afraid. Them can dance, but them not afraid of tear out them crutches so in front of camera. It's just so unladylike and gross. It's like them don't value their own crutches. I guess I don't. What's it? Should we look? Oh, wait. Oh, what is? Oh, the Christian break with a touch from this. Yeah. Yeah. I said, if you said Gary looking at Escala. This is not working.
Steamers.
Hey, I'm tired of using technology.
Very cute one time, you know.
Something happened for the first time. Nobody touch my banana, I will chop your big off. You want to keep her in a summer party?
When?
End of summer.
When the end of summer?
August 31st. The thing is still on. Problem still on. You got to press. I know.